Coors Field in Denver is wet. It was wet last night, but the Marlins outlasted the Rockies, beat them last night in Game 1. This afternoon game is going to be a late afternoon game. It seems the rain is falling. 2 o'clock start time has been pushed back to 2:30, but at this point, anybody's guess when this game starts. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton, your weather buddies here in Denver. Marlins, a good start to the series certainly last night, and they did it with offense early.
Yeah, I think back-to-back games now, Rich, at least one hit for everybody in the lineup. That doesn't happen too often, so we've seen everybody contribute.
And a great start by Tom Kohler as well.
Oh, no question about it. Tom Kohler, right now, the Rockies are scouting him to try to make a deal, I would imagine, the way he pitches here at Coors Field.
You said the magic words, back-to-back.
Yeah.
Back-to-back. Now, everybody knows Giancarlo Stanton hits home runs. He hit the longest in baseball last night here at Coors Field. But he's got a home run buddy with him. In the last 2 times the Marlins have faced a left-hander. Let's go back to last Saturday.
Kind of amazing. How about Citi Field and Giancarlo against Alex Torres, the left-hander? Back-to-back, Jeff Baker. How about that? So back-to-back home runs in New York. Wednesday in Miami, there's Big G again, taking one deep. He does that all the time. And then Jeff Baker, he may have gone deeper with that home run. So the last 2 times that Baker has started, he's gone back-to-back. How about Jeff Baker, who was a 4th-round pick of the Rockies out of Clemson? He's played 137 games here at Coors Field. His lifetime average at Coors, you bet, over 300.
So why is back-to-back the magic word? The Marlins are going to face a lefty in this one whenever it starts. Chris Russin, who was a Cub for parts of 3 seasons, getting a chance here in Colorado.
So you guessed it, Jeff Baker will be in the lineup, the 28-year-old left-hander. He's only pitched twice at Coors Field, giving up 10 hits and 10 runs, a little over 5 innings. His last start was in Cincinnati. So the Marlins will see that left-hander, a soft tosser. He's not a hard thrower.
David Phelps has been outstanding in the starting rotation. First 6 starts real good, hit a bump in the road, but his last start in New York, he was solid, just 2 earned runs.
Yeah, and Rich, the thing we've seen David Phelps do, even when he may not have his best stuff, we've seen him work out of some situations and really throw the ball well. Today will be his 10th start, and you go back to his career, a guy who's worked out of the bullpen and as a starter. This is his 4th consecutive year that he's had at least 10 or more starts.
A pair of Jeffs in the lineup. Jeff Mathis getting a start. Nice to have him back. Nice to be able to give JT Realmuto a few days off.
Yeah, Dan Jennings had some funny things to say. He went up to JT. He said, man, it's a tough league. You give 4 hits and you're out of the lineup today. But he had planned to do that all along.
Troy Tulowitzki is out of the Rockies lineup. We've got all kinds of stuff to talk about in terms of the lineup, the Rockies, the Marlins, the rain. When we get back, it's back to the studio. Carl and Craig. on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By Florida Coast Equipment, Florida's largest Kubota dealer. Visit us at FloridaCoastEQ.com. And by AutoNation. Save on over 70,000 vehicles now. Visit AutoNation.com. At the foot of the Rocky Mountains is Coors Field. Lots of weather last night, lots of weather already today. Chris Russin on his way out, the lefty, making just his second start as a Rocky. And he'll face this lineup for Miami. The Marlins have won 5 of the last 7. JM Lexus brings you the lineup. D. Gordon at second, Martin Prado's at third. Giancarlo Stanton has homered in 3 straight. Jeff Baker and Stanton have gone back-to-back twice in the last week. Marcelo Ozuna in center. You see the numbers that he's had against the Rockies. Christian Yelich in left. Jeff Mathis fresh off the DL and in the starting lineup. Danny Echeverria had another hit last night, and David Phelps will hit 9th.
Well, for the 28-year-old left-hander Chris Russin, last appearance was May 31st. His last start in the big leagues was May 26th. He spent a little time in AAA. Not an overpowering left-hander. So the Marlins will have to adjust to a different type pitcher tonight than they saw last night.
D. Gordon in the box, and he rips one to right. That ball's going to get to the wall. Gordon around first, racing for second. Up with the ball, Gonzalez. D. Gordon's not stopping. Play at third. He is out. Carlos Gonzalez to DJ LeMahieu to Nolan Arenado. It goes as a leadoff double, but a big play at third base to start this game.
Well, it took a perfect relay, bare hand pick by Cargo. There's the chest high throw, and then a one-hop throw to third base on the money and on time. Perfect execution with D. Gordon's speed. You were looking for him to be at third base, but the Rockies nailed him.
Well, that was quite a start. Here is Prado now, and he takes a fastball outside. So Gordon gets credit for the double. Prado had a hit last night, and you've got Stanton on deck. By the way, Pinch a Penny brought you that first pitch.
It was an exciting first pitch.
It was.
Pinch a Penny got a lot out of that first pitch.
The ball and a strike to Prado. And he flips one to right. Cargo is there, and he makes a running catch.
A busy couple of batters for Carlos Gonzalez, a 3-time Gold Glover. Let's check on the defense for the Rockies in this ball game. There's Barnes and Blackmon and Cargo in the outfield. Brandon Barnes, Charlie Blackmon, and Carlos Gonzalez. Nolan Arenado. How about Descalso getting the start at shortstop? Daniel Descalso, DJ LeMahieu, Willeen Rosario, and McHenry behind the plate.
Giancarlo Stanton went 484 feet last night out into the corner in left center field. The longest home run this year in Major League Baseball. And he's homered in 3 straight. Takes a breaking ball in. Stanton, with his 18 homers, pulls even with Bryce Harper and Nelson Cruz over in the American League.
That was until Bryce Harper homered today in their game against the Cubs.
There you go. Pitch is in. It wasn't enough for the Nationals. The Cubs won that ball game 4-2. 2-1 to Stanton. And it apparently caught the corner. Tony Randazzo calling balls and strikes. 5 of his 18 homers against lefties.
They saw him work in, then a little tailing fastball away.
And Stanton swings and misses. Russin strikes him out. And the Marlins' first is over. better than it did last night. Bottom of the first, here come the Rockies. J.M. Alexis brings you their starting lineup. Charlie Blackmon's in center. DJ LeMahieu at second. Nolan Arenado is having a real nice offensive season, and he's dynamite with runners in scoring position. Carlos Gomez in the cleanup spot. Willeen Rosario, the catcher that couldn't catch, is now playing first, and in American League games has DH. Michael McHenry behind the plate. Daniel Descalso is at short. Brandon Barnes in left. And in that ninth spot is Chris Russin. David Phelps getting set to take on Charlie Blackmon. Start number 10 for Phelps. And he catches the outside corner. It's 0-1.
Been a nice run for David Phelps on the road. 2-1, a nice ERA at 2.5. And he's had one career start here at Coors.
Lifted in the air to left. Yelich has it fall in front. Not much you could do about that one. And Charlie Blackmon opens the first for the Rockies with a single.
Check on the Marlins defensively. Today you saw Yelich in left, Ozuna and Stanton in the outfield. Prado, Echeverria, D. Gordon, Jeff Baker with the start at first, and welcome back Jeff Mathis. First start since back in April. And this was planned, even though JT had 4 hits last night. Dan Jennings, for this game after the night game, wanted to get Mathis in there.
Another day game tomorrow, or at least it's scheduled to be a day game tomorrow. There's no telling.
Who knows?
After an hour and 11-minute rain delay today before the start of this one, the Marlins and the Rockies endured almost a 2-hour rain delay last night.
Pretty close.
Closer one to Blackmon at first.
Blackmon has 12 stolen bases, so certainly David Phelps trying to keep him close.
A strike to LeMahieu. Gold Glove second baseman. Then slotted in that 2 spot for the Rockies. Troy Tulowitzki not in the lineup. We've been told it was a scheduled off day for Tulowitzki, who did not look 100% last night, especially when he was on the bases. Ball in a strike. Phelps faced the Mets last weekend. That was in New York on that Sunday game against Bartolo Colon. Did not get a decision. The Mets won the game 4-3. And Phelps went 6 innings, 3 runs, 2 of them earned.
They left the game as a 3-3 tie. You know, one of the things we've seen in David Phelps, and we've seen the same in Dan Herron, may not have their best stuff at times, but they've been able to manage the game, get some outs. We talked about Phelps, six or more innings, 7 of his last 8 starts. So that has certainly helped the bullpen.
Blackmon has a dozen stolen bases this year. And he's running on the pitch. Little hit and run, and a grounder finds its way into right field. Blackmon stopped, and now we'll get to third. And the ball goes by Mathis, who wasn't looking. Stanton throwing it over the head of Jeff Baker. Mathis was looking at the runner at third, and it goes all the way to the screen. The run doesn't score, but LeMahieu goes from first to second.
Yeah, which takes away a double play possibility. Little decoy by Echeverria. That's why Blackmon stopped. The throw, instead of hitting the cutoff man, Mathis looking at third base. He's looking at the runner. Blackmon thought about coming to the plate. And LeMahieu, when he saw the ball get by Mathis, scampered on to second base. So it'll probably, not sure if it'll be an error to right field or an error to the catcher.
And they're giving the error to Mathis. So Mathis gets the error. LeMahieu on a hit and run single. And now it's all set up for Nolan Arenado, Carlos Gomez, and Willeen Rosario. Phelps going after Arenado. Blackman and LeMahieu in scoring position.
You would assume, by the way, Blackman rounded second base before he got to second. It was not a hit and run because he didn't pick up the baseball. Straight steal on his part.
Little run and hit. Count 2-0 for the young third baseman of the Rockies.
Boy, and this is a tough spot for the Marlins. Arenado hitting .457 with runners in scoring position.
Time is called. Amazingly, that doesn't lead the National League. Matt Carpenter at .483. Drives it to right, and Stanton won't get there. Off the wall it goes. Arenado racing for second, thinking about third. On his way to third, he'll get there. 2-run score. The Rockies have a triple and a 2-0 lead.
Well, we gave you the numbers, and he lived up to it. Nolan Arenado slicing this ball into right field, and then you see how it takes a funny hop. There's some fences. It hits that padded pillar out there and kicks to the left. If not for that, probably would have been a double. But once it did that, Arenado able to get to third base. So 2 more RBIs. 42 now on the year for Nolan Arenado.
Arenado having to run with that foot protector dangling off of his left foot. It finally popped out just before he got to third. And here's Carlos Gonzalez.
Remember how wet the warning track got last night and again earlier today. There's that water, and then it kicks the other way. It really had no effect on the way the ball kicked, but it is a little slushy out there.
Long rain delay before the start of this one. Even longer rain delay last night between the 7th and the 8th inning.
All right, you're at Coors Field. This is where you have to manage this game if you're David Phelps. If the Rockies get the third run in with nobody out and the man at third, you just try to shut it down from there. Got a lot of baseball to play, and it is Coors Field.
A Blackman single to left, LeMahieu single to right, and the triple by Arenado. And a live fastball that is swung on and missed. Carlos Gonzalez actually got a piece of that ball, but it was held by Mathis.
And if you're David Phelps, you're saying, the heck with that, getting the third run in, keep it at 2. He made a good pitch, some good pitches to Carlos Gonzalez.
Willeen Rosario stands in. Now Rosario 3-4 years ago was the catcher of the future for the Rockies, and with his bat he was a nice addition to their lineup. Infield's in for Miami, but he never could master all the things that a solid defensive catcher needed to master to play every day in the big leagues. So he's seeing time at first, is DH'd a bit.
Led the league in pass balls each of the last 3 years.
But he can hit, and he drives it into center field, and Willeen Rosario makes it 3-0 Colorado.
He's a perfect example, Rich, of, you always hear this expression, if you can hit, they'll find a place for you. Well, the Rockies have found a place. It's not an everyday first baseman, but he's at first base. You mentioned earlier he DH'd a few times when they were in American League cities.
And he's getting an opportunity at first with the injury to Justin Morneau. Morneau, who has had a history of concussion issues, has another one, and there's no set timetable for his return to the Rockies. Michael McHenry, the hitter now, after a Chuck Hernandez visit to the mound.
And they have done the damage in 14 pitches thrown by David Phelps.
McHenry, one of the Rocky catchers, arrived in Colorado last year after starting his big league career in Pittsburgh.
I think you have two guys in the rotation, in the Marlins rotation. Not that it's affecting the way they're pitching. It certainly didn't affect Tom Kohler last night. Two guys who know when others return, when a Latos, a Kozar, Jose Fernandez, that there may be some bullpen time ahead. And two guys who have each pitched out of the bullpen at times. And in the case of David Phelps, very successfully. So he's always been a good swing guy, making his 10th start this year.
Both these ball clubs have been on an upswing of late. Miami having won 5 of 7, and the Rockies, despite the loss last night, 9 of 13. Dan Jennings and everybody around the ball club happy to see Mike Goff, Miami's bench coach. His father passed away and missed the ball game yesterday. Mike Goff is back. That's another one into the corner. Stanton after that one, and it's fair. And it bounces over his head, rolling into that slushy ground on the warning track. It's going to be another triple. And the Rockies make it 4-0. Michael McHenry, second triple of the inning for Colorado.
Well, and this is what certainly Chuck Hernandez, what Dan Jennings, what David Phelps didn't want to have happen, and that's for the Rockies to really open up in this first inning. Another hop. Giancarlo got a little bit too close to that corner. It's almost like trying to secure a hockey puck around the ice. He let it get by him and allowing McHenry to get the third.
Daniel Descalso now infield in again. And a breaking ball that Mathis has to smother. Not a lot has gone right for Miami here in the bottom of the first. Descalso had a pinch hitting appearance last night. He gets the start at shortstop for Troy Tulowitzki.
We talked last night about his versatility. Descalso has started games at short, second, third, and first already this year.
Breaking ball for a strike, and it's 2-1. A nice crowd here, though I suspect the weather has scared a few off or kept a few with tickets home. Another large contingent of Marlin fans here. Big sponsor trip into Denver. Two and two to Descalso. Rockies trying to pick up another run. And Phelps trying to keep it at 4.
And it'll be an interesting approach to this game, both teams. And with the Marlins getting down early, because there are other storms in the area.
Good battle here between David Phelps and Daniel Descalso after starting his career with the Cardinals, 5 seasons in St. Louis. It's a big moment, especially in the postseason. He played in 44 postseason games.
It's amazing, you know. Sometimes you just get obviously in the right place at the right time.
Little ground ball. Gordon has it. Nifty play. And D. Gordon saves a run and picks it. He made that look a lot easier than it really was.
That was not an easy play. McHenry, the runner at third, was not going on contact. Just a terrific pick by D. Gordon on a ball that looked like it was getting through. So you're right about the ankle. Good news, the ankle looks healthy.
Brandon Barnes now. There's D. Last night there were a pair of Marlins that slipped on the infield dirt, and that's when it was dry, not when it was raining. Echeverria and then Gordon. Gordon with a high top version of those spikes last night. Got the low top going.
Yeah, it's an infield, in talking to Perry Hill, that because of the weather they've had here the last month or so, isn't in the greatest of shape. Last year, Perry Hill says very hard. This year, as we've seen, a lot softer in the dirt portions.
Well, I think everybody sitting down in Miami's bullpen right now realizes that were the Rockies to keep adding on, someone will be called into the fray. And even just watching this first inning, 30 pitches for Phelps. Marlins bullpen fresh last night, 7 innings from Tom Kohler. Vin Mazzaro in an inning, and AJ Ramos finished up and picked up the save.
If things continue in this direction, and Andre Rienzo and Kendry Flores could come into this game.
Breaking ball and a bouncer out Gordon's way. Gets he out at first. But a big inning for the Rockies. 4 runs, 2 triples, 3 singles, and a 4-0 lead.
to a 4-0 lead. Now, we know that Coors Field is definitely a ballpark that favors hitters, and it has a very tough outfield to defend. And if you take a look at the square footage of Coors Field, you will see why there is almost 120,000 square feet here in Colorado. Now, that's actually pretty comparable to Marlins Park, so that certainly helps. But take a look at Fenway, only 105,000 square feet, so there's only 14,000 square feet more that needs to be defended here. Now, I had a chance to talk to Giancarlo Stanton, and he said the most difficult thing about playing defense here is not necessarily the dimensions. It's the fact that the ball carries so far. And Rich Tommy, we've already seen the Marlins be blistered by a couple of extra base hits.
Yeah, you're right, Jessica. They were in that same spot in right field. Stanton having to track both of them down.
Well, and we talked about that. Not only balls carrying further, so the outfielders play a little deeper. Then you see base hits that hitters get to drop in front of the outfielders. Marlins, by the way, will be at Fenway Park July 7th and July 8th, a Tuesday and a Wednesday night.
In the second, Jeff Baker, Marcell Ozuna, and Christian Yelich. Chris Russin, 28-year-old, out of the University of Kentucky. And that is strike 3 call. Baker goes down.
All of a sudden, Russin has really mixed it up well. A little off speed. He's not afraid to come inside. You know, and talking about Fenway Park, by the way, with a couple of the balls have been hit down the right field line here, that's as tricky a right field corner as you're going to see, too.
The only difference is you don't have to run 350 feet to
you get there a lot faster.
Get into that corner. Ozuna sends one up the middle into center field. A base hit. 7 straight for Marcell Ozuna on his hit streak. A 1-out single. Marlins and Yankees interleague showdown at Marlins Park. Monday, June 15th, Tuesday, June 16th. Save money, get the best seats available with a prorated season ticket plan. Starts at just $15 a game. 1-877-MARLINS. Go to marlins.com today.
Just from what I've read, you can come out and see A-Rod if you want, but I don't know if he'll play. But it sounds like Joe Girardi's just going to DH Alex Rodriguez. And certainly in Miami, that won't be the case. The 2 games at Yankee Stadium, he'll DH. Teixeira's having a hot year at first base. Chase Headley's over at third. Give you the scouting report on this left-hander. We talked somewhat about him. 2 seams and cutters. Needs to get ground balls, and a NOLA no-no, believe it or not.
Now that could mean a lot of things.
Yeah, last May, Chris Russin beat New Orleans on 118 pitches, 3-0, and threw a no-hitter against the Marlins AAA affiliate.
4th-round draft pick by the Cubs. Was claimed off waivers by the Rockies. Yelich, little tapper back to the mound. Russin goes to second for an out there. Descalso kept his foot on long enough. Yelich is safe at first. Marlins are look at this one. This is one of the plays that we realized last year where it looks like the guy's off, but more times than not, his foot is on the bag.
Yeah, you see that at first base as well. So we'll get a better look. Not a great throw by Russin. He'll have to thank his shortstop, Daniel Descalso, for hanging on and making the play.
It looks like some phone issues.
In that no-hitter, by the way, that Russin threw, Justin Bour was in that lineup. Went 0 for 3.
You see Mike Goff, it took him a few tries. There's no phone for the Marlins dugout to the video room. And I'm surprised. I mean, it looks like he was out, but if the Marlins can't communicate with their video room, that's an issue. Pitch misses out to Jeff Mathis. That looks like it's working now. That could have been a much bigger deal than it was. Hey, Jeff Mathis right off the DL and into left field with a base hit.
There's an opportunity. I mean, Chris Russin has, yes, he's moved the ball in and out, but there's an opportunity that the Marlins can score off this left-hander. So you just want to make sure you don't let the Rockies add on to their already 4 runs.
Adeiny Hechavarria. There are Marlins up and down the lineup that have hit well against lefties, and Hechavarria is one of them. He's 10 of 28. That's .357. Pair of doubles, a triple, and a homer in those 10 hits. Hechavarria up the middle into center field, a base hit. Yelich round third, and he will score. And an RBI single by Adeiny Hechavarria. Miami cuts into the lead. It's 4-1.
Well, a 6-game streak for Hechavarria, who just continues to just approach his swing so well. Pitch was in a little bit. He stayed back, brought his hands in, shoots it up the middle past Descalso. Keeps that average over 300, was 305 coming into the game.
Now Phelps with 2 outs. Mathis at second. And a strike from Russin.
You know, this is a little thing because right now just 1 run. It's still a 4-1 lead. But it's a good sign for the Marlins to, all right, get in a hole 4-0, but come back in this inning with the bottom part of the order and at least so far put up 1 run.
A wild first inning on both sides. D. Gordon hit the first pitch of the game to the wall in right field and then was thrown out on a perfect relay by DJ LeMahieu at third. And so the Marlins, for a brief, 5-6 seconds, the time it took D to go from first to third, looked like they had a great start to the inning.
For 5 or 6 seconds, they had a runner in scoring position.
Right.
In the first inning.
And then the Rockies in the bottom of the first scored 4 times with 5 hits. And Phelps swings and misses. Marlins are done in the second, but they get a run back, trail it 4-1. Inning and a half here in Denver. Tom Kohler last night was outstanding. His 3rd start here at Coors Field, and he sparkled in every one, including last night. Kohler went 7 innings for the ball club. Gave up just a run on 8 hits. Struck out 6. Kohler runs his record to 4-3.
Helped himself at the plate.
T-Mobile game changer. These are the 3 starts added up at Coors Field.
Boy, the numbers certainly walks and strikeouts. Just 1 walk in those 3 starts. 2-0 record. Got his first RBI of his career last night and dropped down 2 nice sacrifice bunts.
Marlins getting game 1 last night, game 2 this afternoon, and much like game 1, rain involved. Hour and 11-minute delay before the start of this one. Almost a 2-hour delay last night, which coincided with Kohler's exit. Tom Kohler went 7, then the rain started. Marlins had to finish after that. Here's Russin, and he takes a strike. University of Kentucky, was an all-SEC pitcher. Up the middle, Echeverria on the run, gets the out. Enter now for a chance to win a trip to the Major League Baseball All-Star Game on Fox. You and 3 of your friends can go to the All-Star Game. Just upload 2 photos at foxsports.com. Fantastic All-Star now through June 3rd.
Needless to say, a real key for David Phelps is to have a nice inning here. Get his ball club back on offense.
Top of the order, Charlie Blackmon, DJ LeMahieu to follow. That ball is hit high to right. Stanton approaching, makes the catch.
Over the last few years, there haven't been a lot of guys as versatile as David Phelps. We've talked about as a Yankee last 3 years, working out of the bullpen and starting. And so today is start number 10 for Phelps as a Marlin. So that's 4 straight years that he's had 10 or more starts.
Dan Jennings has 2 big lists on his desk in the manager's room. One is the lineup. The other is the update on all the injured pitchers.
Yeah.
Where they're pitching, when they're pitching, how long they'll be pitching.
What's in store next?
Fly ball in that right field corner. Stanton's been there a lot. And this one he has barehanded out of the corner. DJ LeMahieu second hit, and it's a double.
Well, LeMahieu came into the game 4th in the National League in hitting, and he's 2 for 2. So he's up that average. He's hit in 17 of his last 19. All of a sudden, Giancarlo getting a little more familiar with that right field corner. Played that one well.
He's been in that corner 3 times already. And it's damp still. Arenado tripled.
Boy, now you get back to that Nolan Arenado guy who we told you had a .457 average with runners in scoring position. Up that with his triple in the first inning that drove in 2.
Now when Arenado tripled in the first, Giancarlo Stanton was actually further into right center, and that's been a spot where the Marlins have played him, especially in big parks. But the Rockies have hit 3 balls into that corner, and it's so deep in that corner that those can turn into triples.
Yeah, I think that's the theory. It's going to be a triple into right center, and it's going to be a triple down the right field line as well. The theory in a lot of other parks is when we see Stanton well over into right center is that it's not going to be a triple if it's down the line. But a little different case here at Coors Field. Coors Field has changed a lot of game plans over the years.
It shortened the lifespan of a lot of pitching coaches and managers. When Denver first got Major League Baseball at Mile High Stadium, and then the years here before the humidor became operable, which was 2002. There were so many different theories on how you had to pitch or had to play, and a lot of those theories never panned out. The humidor, which keeps the baseballs in an environment so they don't dry out, so they're not as hard as they would be at this altitude and this dry air, has helped a little bit. But still, where you play your outfield in this big yard, as a pitcher, how you manage games like this, as you pointed out. It's hard sometimes for a pitcher to look up after giving up 4 runs and think, I can still win this game.
Part of it's mental, I think, with a starting pitcher in this ballpark. You have to almost feel, if I have an ERA of 4 or a little above, that's okay.
Arenado swings and misses, and neither of these pitchers have much experience at all in this environment. Phelps made a start with the Yankees, and Russin a couple of starts, I believe, his time with the Cubs.
Remember years ago they thought one of the theories that when they signed Denny Nagel and Mike Hampton, okay, get left-handers that sink the ball with change-ups, that'll work here. And that theory didn't pan out either.
Swing and a miss. Arenado strikes out, and Phelps strands LeMahieu. 4-1 Rockies. It's early, and Giancarlo Stanton is due up third as the Marlins head to the third, down 3 in Colorado. (4-1) Rockies on top of the third, second time through for Miami. D. Gordon, Martin Prado, Giancarlo Stanton, top of the order against Chris Russin. There have been 2 triples in this game and 1 near triple, and Gordon's was the near triple. He was thrown out after hitting the first pitch he saw on 1 hop off the wall in right. You got Carlos Gonzalez, who's won a Gold Glove, DJ LeMahieu, who's won a Gold Glove, and they combined to get a throw to Nolan Arenado, who's won a Gold Glove, and he applied the tag.
A lot of gold on that play. Yeah, there may be a lot of people watching at the time, and I understand. One of the old sort of rules of thumb, don't make the first or third out at third base. But you know what? When you have a guy like D. Gordon who can fly, and you put a little pressure on a team, and that's exactly what he did. He put pressure on these guys. They came up with a perfect play. There's the bare hand pick and a perfect throw to third.
That just got Gordon. 1-2, and that's foul. So it's okay to make the second out of the inning at third base.
Well, that's an old rule of thumb. But the interesting thing about that, for everyone who's second guessing him getting thrown out at third, there are equally as many. If he had not gone to third, why is he still at second?
And the reasoning there is, as you pointed out, first or third out. If you're trying to get to third and set up a sacrifice fly or score on a ground ball, the odds are better if you get there and take that chance with one out. Swing and a miss. Whereas with 2 outs, if you stay at second, you could still score on a base hit.
I think a lot of it, so much of it depends on what time of the game it is, early in the game, late in the game, what the score is.
If the disclaimer's been read. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game, except triples, may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. Here's Prado with Stanton on deck. The bottom third of the Miami order banged out 3 hits against Russin. Marcell Ozuna, Jeff Mathis, and Denny Echeverria. Prado flied to right. He takes a fastball up.
Who would have thought at this point in time of the season, JT Realmuto would have more triples than D. Gordon?
Well, nobody has more hits than D. Gordon, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
83 hits now. He did get a double, obviously, in that first inning.
Hitting about 350 against left-handers, too, is D. Gordon.
With a lot of at-bats. 57 at-bats against lefties. And a healthy average. 3-1. Russin certainly doesn't want to walk Prado in front of Stanton. Prado bangs that one to center field. Blackman goes back looking up at the track, and it's off the wall, and it bounces by Blackman. Prado hustling to second, on his way to third. Blackman's throw, he airs it out, and Prado arrives with a triple. See, it's not that hard.
That's amazing. We've seen all these triples already.
And the one guy that gets denied is the fastest guy in the building.
Boy, you love the attack and the swing on a high fastball. He knew that he was going to see fastball with Stanton on deck, and Martin Prado sailed it over the head of Charlie Blackman. It isn't easy to do. He plays a good center field. Ball kind of kicked back. That allowed Prado to get to third base.
Here's Stanton now with a runner at third. He takes a pitch outside. Stanton doesn't get himself in this spot very often, does he? Runner at third, less than 2 outs. He's used to having to hit solo homers to drive in runs of late.
A ground ball will get a run in here.
We'll see if he changes his approach here. He pulls that ground ball foul. Russin struck him out back in the first.
And that's all you have to do. Keep David Phelps back in a groove and start to get a little bit here, a little bit there.
Russin goes up with a fastball. And it's 2-1. No face guard against the lefty.
But the key at this point, especially with the count as it is, make contact. The strikeout doesn't do you anything. Ground ball gets you a run.
Infield deep. Prado's at third. And he got him. Stanton strikes out. That's a big strikeout for Russin. Here comes Baker.
Turned it over a little bit, 82 miles an hour, and put it in a good spot. And when he's down like that, he's a little tougher, Chris Russin.
It's a Russin now against Baker. He struck Baker out in the second. 5 strikeouts already for this lefty. Baker pops it up, first base side. Rosario, and that, after the ringing in my ear stops, that seemingly hit one of our microphones.
It sounded like it hit right on the microphone.
There it is. Watch this. No, it hit the bar next to the mic.
So the reverberation of the bar.
For those of you that have a home theater with Dolby, you probably heard the same thing we had in our ears. Good work by the cameraman to get out of the way.
Hey, thinking about a big 2-out base hit, but Russin has gotten ahead to Jeff Baker 0-2.
Struck him out with a fastball looking in the inside part. And that's where he went this time. That one is knocked down by Rosario, who gets to the bag and gets the out. And the Marlins waste that triple. Prado stranded at third. And Chris Russin keeps it at 4-1. On top. Hey, we'll see the Rockies and the Marlins next week in Miami at Marlins Park. 4-game series starts on that Thursday night. Seniors 55 and older can get free tickets on Senior Free Ticket Thursday, presented by Wellmax Medical Centers. Visit your local South Florida Subway restaurant. Get a coupon for a $5 ticket. Go to marlins.com. Cargo into right field. Stanton is right there, and he makes the catch. Carlos Gonzalez is out number 1. Can't hit it a whole lot harder than that.
That's what you call a quick, hard out. One pitch, and Gonzalez hit it on the line.
Here's Rosario, RBI single in the first.
He was actually optioned to AAA mid-April when they decided and made sure he was just going to play first base, to go down, play a little first base. Played some in the spring. But again, he always hit. He was only there 9 games and he hit .343.
Time called. Some games done already in baseball. Who's the hottest team in the American League, Tommy Hutton?
How about Texas?
Yeah. Wandy Rodriguez gets the win today. That one's blasted left center and deep, and it's not coming back. Way out of here. That's about a 440-foot job from Willeen Rosario.
Yeah, there's no question this guy can hit. Then you look at even when he battled and struggled behind the plate, his 3-year average over the last 3 years, 21 home runs a year. So there's the pop, and that one had a lot to it.
Now McHenry swings and misses. So the Rockies have 5 runs against David Phelps, who has an out here in the 3rd. Yeah, Wandy Rodriguez won. Texas winning, beating Kansas City 4-2, and the Rangers are 4 over at 30-26.
I saw Wandy Rodriguez in the spring with the Braves. I think with the Braves.
Yes.
And you wondered at that time, gee, is his career winding down? And all of a sudden, he was picked up by Texas and having a good year.
Prince Fielder had a couple of hits. 356 average right now for Fielder.
This is the most runs allowed in any game this year by David Phelps.
Breaking ball, Mathis has to knock it down. In the National League East, the Washington Nationals were beaten by Jason Hamill. 4-2. Cubs beat the Nationals. Nationals are just 4 over.
Hamill, who struck out 11 Marlins the other night, he's still throwing well.
And the Cubs are 4 over. Addison Russell got a start at shortstop. It was a day off for Starlin Castro. Strike 3 called. Late call there by Tony Randazzo. 2 outs here in the 3rd inning.
Well, nice to see Phelps come back with a good pitch after giving up the home run, pick up the strikeout. Starlin Castro doesn't get many days off.
Right on the black. Now Descalso. Up the middle. Echeverria gets a nice big hop, throws him out. Willeen Rosario, a home run, adding to a lead. It's 5-1 now, Colorado. over Denver is nice to see. The Marlins arrived here on Thursday night. They were met by hail.
And that was not chip hail.
No, and it was the ice kind of hail. And a hail storm with lightning and thunder. And then yesterday, incredibly torrential rain. I mean, having lived in South Florida, we've seen rain. I mean, really torrential rain. And that was what this place had, with high winds for a good 45 minutes last night. It was a 2-hour delay total last night as Ozuna steps in. This ball game delayed a little over an hour. Yelich, Mathis following, Chris Russin. And Ozuna cracks one down the line. Into left, around first, headed to second. Up with it is Barnes, and Ozuna is in with a double. As a first base or a third base coach as well in this ballpark, on a play like that, you realize that the left fielder, while he got to the ball pretty quickly, is still a long ways from second base.
Yeah, and you also have to realize that as a hitter and get out of the box as Ozuna did quickly, take that nice turn, because you could always stop there when you're about halfway because you have the play in front of you. A good job by Marcell Ozuna.
Here's Christian Yelich. Fastball in. Now Russin has recorded 9 outs through 3+ innings. The Marlins have a triple, 2 doubles, and 3 singles, and yet only 1 run.
That's the tough part. They've had situations with some good swings and at bats, and they've also had the reverse to that. Situations where they didn't have good at bats.
Yelich bounced into a fielder's choice and ended up scoring the run on a Danny Echeverria single back in the second. Christian Yelich had a great year last year hitting against lefties. Just 25 at bats this year. He's 5 for 25 and looking for his first extra base hit. Pulls a ground ball, sliding stop there. LeMahieu just got him. Russin getting to the bag. Rosario wandered a little too far off, and that's one of the reasons that DJ LeMahieu has a Gold Glove.
Boy, it's a good play. Good job by Christian Yelich, though. At least he was able to get the runner over to third on what he thought, and a lot of people thought that ball was going to get through for a base hit, but picked by LeMahieu. And then a nice job on the other end, Russin getting over to cover first base.
Well, here's Mathis, and the Marlins are right back in the same spot they were in last inning. Only it was Stanton at the plate with a runner at third and 1 out, and the infield back. Mathis singled in the second. Nice play by Echeverria. Crowd enjoyed it.
He has good hands no matter where he is.
He just couldn't help himself. It's instinct. And now Russin has 2 strikes on Mathis. Andre Rienzo is warming up. Mathis sprays it foul. Here's Etch. Watch.
Good footwork.
Good camera work. Mathis, ground ball. Diving stop. Arenado to first in time to get the out. Well, we've seen LeMahieu and Arenado, the 2 Gold Glovers from last year, make outstanding plays. Miami does get the run with Ozuna coming across.
Well, the Rockies have made some Gold Glove plays today. Remember the relay, the Gold Glover Carlos Gonzalez to LeMahieu in the throw to third, and then LeMahieu's play, Arenado's play. But the Marlins pick up their second run. A good job by Jeff Mathis to make contact and get the runner in from third.
Now Echeverria with Phelps on deck. Echeverria knocked in a run with his base hit in the second. He takes a strike. Marlins had not seen a lot of lefties going into that knee start last weekend. They had John Lester.
Saw Bumgarner, San Francisco.
Yeah, that was a while ago. Lester, of course, the Marlins faced him. That was the junior late game, and the back-to-back homers by Stanton and Baker. The broken bat, Arenado has that one in the dirt. Rosario digs it. Miami gets a run back and still trails at 5-2. Florida. Brought to you by Checkers. Get Checkers authentic Philly cheesesteak. Try the new meatball sub. Pick yours. Plenty of snow still up there in the Rockies. 5-2. Colorado on top. Fans needed the umbrellas for the rain about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Now they need it for the sun.
Multi-purpose umbrella.
David Phelps gets Brandon Barnes, Chris Russin, and Charlie Blackmon in the fourth. 5-2 Rockies. A 4-run first. And a Willian Rosario solo homer in the third. That's been the scoring for Colorado. Barnes in the 8th spot. Bounced to second. His only time up.
Barnes getting a little playing time. Had a terrific year last year as a pinch hitter. Led all of Major League Baseball with 17 pinch hits.
The Mets are in the desert. Bartolo Colon will be pitching for them. They take on the Diamondbacks tonight. Phillies lost to the Giants 7-5. Prado across the diamond in time to get the outs. The Marlins are headed to Toronto to take on the Blue Jays on Monday. And you know what? The World Cup has started, right? 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup. On Monday, USA's first game, they take on Australia on Fox Sports 1. Game's all weekend long on Fox, Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2. It's all streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Russin with a nifty bunt and a base hit.
Hey, he couldn't have done this more beautifully than Chris Russin did. I saw where you were going with that promo, though, because they love the soccer events in Toronto, in Canada. Very big up there.
Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver's a big soccer town as well. Here's Charlie Blackmon. Hey, one of the best things about having the Women's World Cup up in Canada is you don't have to construct a lot of facilities. There's already plenty of facilities to play in. Phelps gets in on Blackmon. Start time tomorrow is supposed to be the same as it was scheduled for today. Jessica Blaylock from the field. We'll have it on Marlins Live, 3:30 Eastern. South Florida Honda dealers bring it to you. We'll have a full report video of Jose's first Jupiter rehab start with the Hammerheads in Port Charlotte. Blackmon fouls it off. As well, Matt Latos is close to being ready. It may be just one more start for him. Jared Cozart trying to get straightened out and healthy as well down there.
Kind of a race between Latos and Cozart to see who gets back first. And either way, it'll be nice to get them both back and then get them in a groove, pitching the way they both can.
Charlie Blackmon singled in the first. Had a double last night. Blackmon, a star at Georgia Tech. And a guy that was drafted twice as a pitcher, including the Marlins drafted him as a pitcher.
Out of high school.
So did Boston. But he wanted to play in the outfield. Got to Georgia Tech. Second round pick by the Rockies and an all-star last year off of a sizzling start to 2014.
He had 3 5-hit games last year. 3 games of 5 hits or more.
And he's got another hit here. Drops it in front of Stanton. Second hit for Blackmon. And now you're into the dangerous bats for the Rockies. Not easy to hit a ball here.
Boy, he scoops that off the ground. Need a 60-degree wedge to hit that ball. But I tell you about the feat of 3 5-hit games, 5 or more hits. He was the 6th player in history to do that. And you look at the guys who had 3 5-hit games or more hits in a game. Ty Cobb, Tris Speaker, Stan Musial, Tony Gwynn, and Ichiro.
Some great names. LeMahieu single and double. And a strike from Phelps. There's Ichiro. Got a pinch hit appearance late last night and grounded out.
Well, we talked about Arenado, how well he's hit with runners in scoring position. LeMahieu the same, well over 400.
That's from the upper tank. That upper deck has been evacuated twice already since we've arrived here. Last night and today. Smoked up the middle. That's a base hit. Round third. And coming in is Russin. And the Rockies get that run right back. It's a 4-run cushion again at 6-2.
Third hit for LeMahieu, and that's where it gets frustrating for the Marlins. If you put a run up and then all of a sudden the Rockies answer right back. So you're never able to get that lead tightened a little bit more. But LeMahieu at 6'4", one of the tallest second basemen in baseball.
He doesn't fit the mold, does he?
No, he doesn't. But man, a Gold Glover. And we talked about hitting with runners in scoring position.
Chuck Hernandez on his way out. The Marlins would love to see David Phelps get through this inning because his spot is due up first in the 5th. They don't want to bring a reliever in and not have him be able to hang around for 2 or 3 innings and not have him lead off the next inning.
Looks like Andre Rienzo is getting loose. He's probably ready. He was up before. But you're right. You'd love to have Phelps get through this because then you can get 2, maybe 3 innings out of Rienzo or whoever else comes in.
There was a time where Rockies managers, other managers around baseball were lobbying for a rule change that teams should be able to add an extra pitcher for a series in Colorado. Marlins are still playing with a 4-man bench. Arenado. 2-run triple and a strikeout. 10 hits already for the Rockies. Marlins have 6 hits to go with 2 runs. Ozuna is there. And there are 2 outs. If you, Tommy Hutton, could go back in time, and not in terms of the date, but just your age. Say all of a sudden you woke up and you're 32, and your skipper, Danny Ozark, knocked on the door and said, Tommy, I got 1 game left for you to play in, and you can choose any ballpark to hit in. Where would it be? Which for you is the best hitting environment in Major League Baseball right now?
Well, just look at the numbers. This has to be it. I mean, it wasn't around back then, so I couldn't have chosen Coors Field.
Well, that's why I'm saying it.
Yeah.
This is if Danny Ozark knocked on your door tomorrow morning and you woke up and you were 32. You probably wouldn't want to play baseball at that point. That one's deep right field and gone. Carlos Gonzalez knocks it into Miami's bullpen, and the Rockies have cracked this one wide open.
If that happened, I would wish that I had the swing of Carlos Gonzalez, number 1. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, there are situations, and again, you look at bullpens and teams. We talk about the Marlins with an extra pitcher, but they're all right-handed. The only left-hander down there is Mike Dunn because Brad Hand's gone into the rotation. The Marlins see teams that have 3 left-handers in the bullpen. You could waste one in a situation like that to come in and pitch to Gonzalez. But when you don't have one to come in and give you a third of an inning, it's not possible.
9-2 Colorado. And Dan Jennings has no choice but to go down to the bullpen now. A West Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. on top of the Marlins. And for David Phelps, a rough Saturday in Denver. And that's a feeling that a lot of pitchers have had pitching in this ballpark. When it opens back in 1995. This is Andre Rienzo now. His numbers in New Orleans, a starter down there, 7 starts. Willian Rosario. Rienzo misses.
Yeah, it's his second appearance since joining the Marlins. Won an inning and a third, no hits, no runs. So you wonder if in this situation, because of the score, he gets out of this inning, you might just let him hit to lead off next inning so you can get him 2-3 innings.
Yeah, you kind of resign yourself to that because you're down 7 and you want to make sure that the arms you need tomorrow will be ready to go.
Well, and you have to look ahead at that. Jose Urena is starting tomorrow, first time he's ever pitched in this ballpark. And so, yeah, sometimes you manage thinking about the next day too. You have to. Because all of a sudden, if you dip into that bullpen, a Morris, a Caps, a Dunn, you may need all those guys tomorrow too.
Willian Rosario, wow, like a bullet.
Goodness,
out of here. That's his second home run of the ballgame. His second home run in 2 innings.
He just pulled a little Bruno Mars and said, "Don't believe me, just watch." His second home run. Wow.
He had hit 2 all season, and now he's hit 2 in back-to-back innings.
He takes care of a high fastball, just stays on top of it a little bit, almost out of the strike zone, just barely caught the zone and hammered it.
Rienzo gets a strike to Michael McHenry. I wonder if Rosario ends up in an American League city before too long.
There's no question. I mean, if all of a sudden the Rockies don't feel comfortable with him at first base.
Or if Morneau is back next week and he's playing every day.
Guarantee there's some American League scouts that see that bat.
Swing and a miss, and down goes McHenry. But the Rockies put up a big old crooked number. 10-2 now. Him with Jessica Blaylock.
Well, Rich, you take a look at this Colorado ball club, and they are coming off a very tough season in which they only won 66 games. But one thing that they didn't want to do this year was rebuild, and that's because they felt like they had enough talent on this ball club to be successful. And Rich, Tommy, if you take a look at some of the guys that have contributed so far in today's game, they're guys that have been here for a while, and they're really making a difference.
Yeah, Jessica, it's kind of been a blueprint here for a while. The Rockies have done a wonderful job of drafting and developing players in their own system. Arenado's a great example of that. Tulowitzki. You go around the infield, LeMahieu. The one caveat for the Rockies organization is developing starting pitching.
Yeah, the one thing they've always done well, I know over the years you and I have talked about it. Now, Arenado, a high school guy, but a lot of college players.
Andre Rienzo is going to get an at-bat. Arenado throws him out.
So as expected, Dan Jennings trying to get a couple of more innings out of Arenado. Yeah, they've done pretty well in picking college players over the years.
D. Gordon now. Well, I guess it was kind of a sign of things to come, that D. Gordon at bat back in the first. Strike to Gordon. Blasted one up against the wall in right. And then on the Gold Glove relay, Gonzalez to LeMahieu to Arenado. He was thrown out at third. The Rockies then scored 4 runs in that inning. 4 runs in the bottom of the first. Walt Weiss's ball club hasn't slowed up yet. Gordon swings and misses, and he's out at first base. All-Star voting, the 2015 Esurance All-Star Game ballot is online. You can vote 35 times per email address. Just go to marlins.com. You can do it on your computer, your tablet, your smartphone. It helps select the starting lineup for the 2015 All-Star Game. Marlins.com for the Esurance All-Star Game ballots.
You mentioned, Rich, the Giants beating the Phillies 7-5. Interesting game for Madison Bumgarner. He went 8 innings, gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, had 11 strikeouts. However, 4 of those 5 runs came on a Jeff Francoeur grand slam.
The news today around baseball, a lot of people with the prayers and hopes that the fan that was hit by that broken bat at Fenway Park, serious injuries. The Boston police today announcing that they expect the woman to survive after life-threatening injuries last night. It was in the Oakland-Boston game. Stanton's going to get an at-bat here. Brett Lawrie was the hitter, and on a ground ball, his bat broke in half, and the heavy end pinwheeled into the seats and struck the woman in the head.
And certainly in the seats at Fenway, you're so close.
Stanton now.
Stanton's got to try to figure out this left-hander.
He had 2 strikeouts, and one was exceptionally painful in the third. It came with Prado at third and 1 out in the infield back, where contact would have produced an RBI and a run, and Russin struck him out. Prado's at first right now.
Boy, he hasn't come close to Russin. 10 home runs his last 20 games. And Russin not afraid to go inside. And then remember, he struck him out with a little changeup down and away last time up.
Stanton pulls that ball foul. And he struck him out.
Same pitch.
Giancarlo Stanton has struck out 3 times. And the Rockies in full control, 10-2. Coors Field in Denver. You saw the early shots in that montage of rain, lightning, and the Rockies have provided the thunder. Once the skies cleared, the fans were able to get back up into that upper deck, which was evacuated. Colorado has pounded out 12 hits, has 10 runs. Andre Rienzo is pitching in the bottom of the 5th inning, halfway through. Been a good day for American Farrell, ending a 37-year Triple Crown drought by winning the Belmont Stakes. So congratulations. I'm sure the horse will now sign a lucrative contract, endorsement deals.
What a great way to retire, though.
Literally right off into the sunset. Daniel Descalso with a base hit for the Rockies.
And Brandon Barnes, who's up now, with Descalso getting that base hit. Barnes the only Rocky without a hit. We talked about Rienzo the last time we saw him work. A couple of years with the White Sox, a little bit in 13, a little bit last year. So has experience at this level. Came over from the White Sox when the Marlins traded lefty Dan Jennings to Chicago.
Ball and a strike to Barnes. Fastball is up. We were talking about the incident at Fenway Park. Obviously, it's a very old ballpark, and the seats are close to home plate, but most of the new ballparks have the same dimensions in that the fans, whether they're sitting behind a dugout, next to the dugout, or down that first base line, are very close to the action. There's a pop-up. Echeverria is there, and he makes the catch. And there's an out. This is time for the Geico Marlins moment. 93, Chris Hammond, first Marlins pitcher to hit a home run.
Lefty, could swing the bat.
Off of Doug Brocale, had a really good knuckle curve and was born and raised close here in the Denver area. 9-2 win for the Fish. Here is Russin. Russin dropped down a bunt, hit back in the fourth. Pulls a ground ball out to D. Gordon at second, flips it to get the outs. Major League Baseball a few years ago, with all the broken bats, the maple bats, passed legislation and are in agreement with the Players Association to have a little more thorough testing of those bats to keep from breaking. Now that you see the netting behind home plate, one of the suggestions at the time as well is to do what they do in Japan, and that is to have that netting from the area where it ends towards the dugouts up at about 8 to 10 feet and carry that down the lines. They do that in Japan. It's been quite successful there.
So it would go around and on top of the dugout?
Yes.
To continue on down?
Yes. Down halfway down the first and third base lines to prevent not only foul balls but also broken bats or bats that just fly out of the hitter's hands from entering the stands.
I don't think that's a bad idea at all.
I don't either. And I know that whether it's traditionalists in baseball or fans that say, you know, you don't want to obstruct the view. I mean, fans pay a lot of money to sit behind the screen at home plate, and they don't seem to complain about that. Fastball misses away.
You know, there are always measures, as we've seen with Alex Torres, to protect pitchers with the helmet or the style he's wearing now. I think the same considerations certainly should be made to the fans.
Well, there are foul balls that go into the seats at every bit as fast as they do coming back to the mound. And you see kids and fans, especially now with all the smartphones and the gadgets, even if you're paying attention, it's hard to get out of the way.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, you might say you have to pay attention, but if the end of a bat is hurtling your direction, it's hard to move one way or the other, and even if you are paying attention, or a sharp foul ball. Pay attention.
I hope that Major League Baseball revisits that, because having seen it in action in Japan, it works, and I think it could work here.
Where is it we see it in batting practice?
There's a few ball clubs that have that in batting practice now. I think Atlanta and some others that have a netting they put up just for batting practice, because at that time fans are coming in, getting settled, and hitters have a tendency to pull balls and pull them hard down the lines into the seats. And I think if you asked all the players in a Major League clubhouse, you would get 25 votes to do it. Fastball misses away from Rienzo.
Well, that was the game also where the ambidextrous pitcher made his Major League debut, Pat Venditti. And successfully.
Yeah, and if you haven't watched the highlights, it's a lot of fun video of him warming up. He did have a pinch hitter come up, and they had to go through the whole routine of, all right, which hand are you going to pitch with?
So he has to declare.
At first he said lefty, and then he probably from the dugout got the splits of the hitter, which side he was a weaker hitter, and then he chose to go right-handed. Does he ice both arms after the game? It's really a fun thing.
I thought the best
switch pitcher.
The best thing I saw, I think it was the Red Sox telecast. Could have been Oakland's, I'm not sure. They had it time-lapsed, and they had a split screen, and they shot down the bullpen, and he was warming up both ways, lefty and righty.
And they had 2 different names for him.
Yeah.
The same name, but his name twice. Into right center. Stanton is over, and he's there, and he makes the catch. There's a look at it, in case you missed it. From the left.
Okay,
that's him telling the umpire, I'm going to go right-handed.
I'll go righty. Got the funky-looking glove.
Marlins down 10-2. (10-1) Rockies on top. It's the 6th. Jeff Baker in the box. Marcell Ozuna, Christian Yelich against the lefty, Chris Russin,
who has established a career high with 7 strikeouts.
Bake gets jammed and shoots a floater into right field.
Now, we talked about Bake earlier, back in 2002, drafted in the 4th round by the Rockies. 137 games in this ballpark as he spent time with Colorado, the 300-plus hitter.
Jess, you've got more?
Had a chance to talk to Jeff Baker about the time that he spent here in Colorado, and he said that this was one of his favorite stops. He said so much of it had to do with the fact that that team had such great chemistry because a lot of those guys came up together. They rode on the bus in the minors together, so he has a lot of special relationships, still has a lot of great friends here, and had a chance to go to the World Series in 2007. That's not a bad memory, is it?
Yes, he did.
One of his good friends and former teammates doing a little TV work with the Rockies this weekend, Ryan Spilborghs.
Well, I think has a bright future in our industry. Ozuna, nice day. A single and a double. And Russin misses in. 7 straight ball games now for Ozuna with a hit.
Just thinking, Rich, of the many options with the ambidextrous pitcher. More opportunities to use him. Yep. You use him. He pitched 2 innings. He might have had 1 inning worth left-handed and 1 inning worth right-handed. So he's able to come back the next day.
That's right. Say he goes 2 innings lefty, and the next night you need him again. He can go 2 innings righty. There's also the issue of injuries. What happens if he's got a little bit of a sore left elbow. You know, a little tendonitis or something.
Just goes to the right side.
His father taught him to throw with both arms when he was 3 years old, and he never stopped doing it. The amazing thing to me is you look at his minor league numbers. He's been in the minor leagues, or was in the minor leagues, a long time. His minor league numbers were really good. How come it took him so long to get here?
I have no idea. 8 years in the minor leagues, mostly as a reliever, with an ERA of 2.37.
Ozuna sends that one out to left. Barnes is there and makes the catch. First out, top of the 6th. Our Toyota trend, that was the warning up on the scoreboard. The rain in Rockies at Coors Field, 12 rain delays totaling 15 hours and 40 minutes. And that includes today.
Who is it? Pablo Sandoval taught himself to throw right-handed.
Because he wanted to be a catcher.
Because he wanted to catch.
Yes, he was naturally a left-handed thrower.
And certainly a switch hitter. So.
And growing up, wanted to catch and didn't see any A, left-handed catchers, or B, left-handed catcher mitts at the sporting goods store.
I had a teammate in Philadelphia, left-handed pitcher. We used to take ground balls at second base, and if you just watched him, you'd think he was right-handed. He turned double plays. Tug McGraw.
And there are left-handed catchers mitts out there, and there have been every now and then you hear of a left-handed catcher in high school or college.
I think Mike Squires, possibly the last to do it, with the White Sox at the time.
Was he wearing those shorts that they used to wear in the 70s?
Might have been in that era.
Yelich checks his swing, pitches in, and it's 3-1. Christian an 0 for 2. Robbed of a hit on a great diving stop by DJ LeMahieu.
These are those at bats in a 10-2 ball game. You just have to kind of grind it out yourself. It's an individual thing at this time. You certainly don't want to give at bats away.
Miami winners last night 6-2, but down 10-2 here. Final game of the weekend set is tomorrow. 3:30 start for Marlins Live. 4 o'clock first pitch is scheduled. But the same weather forecast looks like it's on tap for tomorrow as well.
You know, one thing, we won't have to worry about weather at the Rogers Center in Toronto.
That's true.
Roof could be open, could be closed.
I think Yelich broke the end of his bat there. It's a kind of an odd trip to go from Miami to Colorado, back to Toronto, and then back to Miami. Marlins
kind of an interesting triangle.
Marlins haven't been to Toronto in a while. Fastball up, and Yelich walks.
Yeah, Brad Hand opens up that series in Toronto against Marco Estrada. Just a great matchup Tuesday night in Toronto. Dan Herron against Mark Burley.
That is a great matchup, and you've actually called Dan Herron a right-handed version of Mark Burley, so that should be interesting.
Burley coming off a complete game. He's been pitching well. And then Wednesday, an afternoon game, not on television. Tom Kohler and Aaron Sanchez.
Is that the best hitters environment in the American League? Is there better hitters?
Texas is pretty good.
Texas, yeah?
Texas is pretty good. And there are a lot of guys will say they love hitting at Fenway Park. I'm sure Edwin Encarnacion,
Jose Bautista.
They love hitting just where they are.
Josh Donaldson now.
Quite a year. He's having a solid year.
Mathis rolls it to short. Bobbled, kick, Descalso, not in time. And it's an error on the Rockies shortstop. Mathis runs well, and he beats the throw. And it gets Echeverria a bases loaded at bat.
Well, the initial thought of Descalso was to get a force at second base, and then the bobble cost him. Then he couldn't get an out, period.
Now Echeverria takes out. Rockies bullpen has been quiet. It's a pair of grand slams for Echeverria. Certainly with a 10-2 lead. Just 87 pitches from Russin. But now that the bags are loaded, they're starting to scurry around. Edge diving stop, Descalso. Well, that's a little redemption.
Well, he just made up for that bobble. Boy, what reactions. Well hit ball by Echeverria. Thinking base hit, thinking an RBI or two. And Descalso out of nowhere, as he shaded a little bit up the middle, thinking double play, and just lays out.
Donovan Solano will pinch hit for Andre Rienzo here in the 6th.
Another guy we forgot with those Blue Jays, Russell Martin. Signed a nice free agent deal with Toronto.
The native son goes home. Martin, I believe, born in Montreal, raised in Toronto. There's that Rockies bullpen, a little slice of paradise out there with the trees and stream. I think the visitors bullpen is much nicer than the home bullpen. They have more access to wildlife. The landscaping is better. See, that's the Marlins bullpen is that one. It's the one closest to the wildlife refuge, which is
I think you have to have a fishing license.
Also a batter's eye. Solano fouls it off.
Yeah, talking about those Blue Jays, a 7-2 win today over Houston.
Blue Jays are 3 under, but starting to play better. Solano's bouncer, a lot of balls finding Descalso this inning. He gets the out, and the Marlins get nothing. They leave the bags loaded. Bottom of the 6th in Colorado. Daniel Descalso. Nice. 10-2, Rockies on top. One of the big shots in this one, Carlos Gonzalez. And it came in the 4th inning against David Phelps.
Like a little breaking ball out over the plate. Carlos Gonzalez with a couple of good swings lined out back in the 3rd inning and crushed that ball.
Coors Light, cold hard facts. Rockies all time. 2 home runs today. More road than home. That's odd. And that's not happened very often. You can just see the instances, and one of them is this year. Rockies last year hit a slew of home runs. They led the National League with 186. Didn't help them much. They lost 96 games. They had the highest ERA in the majors at 4.84. Brian Morris.
There's no question this is such a great park to hit. All you do, you go through all the splits of most of the players, and 90% of the players have higher offensive numbers in this ballpark than on the road. This is where you have to piece together the bullpen a little bit and also think a little bit about tomorrow's game.
Morris takes over for Rienzo. David Phelps 3 2/3, 11 hits, and he was charged with 9 runs. Arenado's triple, a big blow in the first. Rockies got 4 runs right out of the chute. Ozuna is there, and he makes the catch. First out of the 6th. News from around baseball, Yasiel Puig is back, and he's in the lineup. He's hitting 3rd against the Cardinals.
A couple of left-handers, Ami Garcia, Clayton Kershaw in that one.
Nationals have a young pitcher, made his major league debut, Joe Ross. Jason Hamill and the Cubs beat him 4-2. That was in D.C. Gonzalez finds right field with the hit. Do you know that Jason Hamill is 9-0 in his career against the Nationals?
Well, you think about that, and it makes you look at tomorrow's starter for the Rockies against the Marlins. Kyle Kendrick tomorrow. Kendrick 14-3 against the Marlins.
Well, here is a guy that's having quite a day, and that's Willian Rosario. He's driven in 3 runs with 3 hits. 2 of them have been solo homers. His last 2 at bats have been home runs, and that one squirts down the first base line off the end of his bat. Here you go, Willian Rosario's greatest hits.
Fastball middle in. Hit that one a long way in left center. This one, the 4th inning, a high fastball. Gets on top of it and hits it down that left field line. So variations in his 2 home runs. A couple of hitters having big days for the Padres. Matt Kemp 3 for 5 with 5 RBIs. Yonder Alonso 3 for 5 with 4 RBIs. So 9 RBIs between Kemp and Alonso. The Padres have a 9-7 lead in Cincinnati. Yonder Alonso just happy about the University of Miami.
That's a I don't want to say a relief, but it's great to get to Omaha, and I think a lot of Kane fans have been waiting the last few years, and they're back where they've had a lot of success in their history, and it's good to see. So congratulations to Jim Morris and the Hurricanes. Good luck in Omaha.
Yeah, maybe it was the got him going in the right direction. Recently, Christian Yelich threw out the first pitch at one of the Canes games.
Had Yelich not signed with the Marlins, he was headed to Miami. As it turns out, he ended up in Miami anyways. And Willeen Rosario swings and misses.
It's like the Gators are getting close to joining the Hurricanes in Omaha. Gators up 10-6 midway through that game against FSU. Beat FSU last night.
Something's up. Here comes Dan Jennings and Sean Cunningham, and they're coming out to look at Brian Morris.
Yeah, I don't know if it was something they saw or if it was something Jeff Mathis saw. See if we pick anything up on this last pitch. A little grab at the side, maybe. And that's going to be all for Brian Morris. So I certainly hope that it's not anything serious, but it looked like there was just a little grab to the side after he made that last pitch to Rosario.
Michael McHenry was a teammate of his in Pittsburgh, and McHenry asked him as he walked off if he was okay. Look from this side.
Right there, a little move. A little twitch. Don't know.
And so a West Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. Chuck Hernandez, 10-2, Rockies on top. Morris exiting, and with the injury, it gives the reliever as many tosses as he wants to warm up. And so Kendry Flores will make his major league debut, a guy that the Marlins acquired in the Casey McGee trade with the Giants, a guy that was coming up in the Giants system. He was very good in Jacksonville. 9 starts, an ERA just over 2.
He actually, coming up in the Giants organization, actually pitched for Marlins bench coach Mike Goff in low A ball back in 2013. So a little bit of a relationship there with the Young kid out of the Dominican making his major league debut.
For the Yankees and the Red Sox coming into town, you can take advantage of prorated season ticket plans. Limited seating remains for the $15 per seat season ticket plan, which includes a free Marlins jersey for every 2 seats purchased. Go to marlins.com/2015. Call 1-877-MARLINS. Michael McHenry will be the hitter for a guy making his major league debut. Certainly Coors Field is a difficult environment for pitchers. But Flores gets to come in and throw as many as he wants from the mound.
Gets a good feel of the mound.
Absolutely. Yeah. Gets a chance to get acclimated. Maybe burn off some of that nervous energy.
Well, you talked about his numbers. You're seeing the numbers. Just 33 hits in his 56 2/3 innings. And a good strikeouts to walks ratio. 42 strikeouts, 15 walks. So he's ready. He's gotten a little accustomed to the mound. The other thing, he can file away. He knows there are 2 out. And he also can say to himself, probably isn't, because he's got the jitters in his major league debut, but he can think, Michael McHenry probably has no idea what I throw.
Yeah, I don't know that in the hitters meeting they went over the full array of Henry Flores. But I'm sure someone has a chart on him in the Rockies dugout with the technology. Every team has scouts in the minor leagues. That's off the glove of Echeverria. It rolls into center field. Gordon picks it up. And the Rockies have runners at the corners. And we'll see if Echeverria is charged with an error.
You saw him go reach to his left, and the ball popped up, came up a little higher. Decent pitch. He could be given an error.
He did have to reach for it,
but not an easy play.
Here now is Descalso with runners at the corners. It's a base hit. High pop. Gordon calling. And with 2 outs, D. Gordon makes the catch. And Kendry Flores, major league debut. A nice one. Youngster pitching quite well in AA Jacksonville in a runaway game in which the Rockies lefty Chris Russian has been supported quite well. You can see 7 strikeouts, a career high. And the Marlins, though they had some extra base hits, a couple of doubles, a triple, and they have 7 hits all told, have just 2 runs. So here's D. Gordon. Got Martin Prado and Giancarlo Stanton. It's the 4th time around against this lefty.
We talked about Russ in his last appearance was May 31st. He pitched out of the bullpen. But his last start was May 26th. In that start in Cincinnati, he went 7 innings. Gave up just 4 hits and a run.
LeMahieu going to his left makes the play. Martin Prado now with Stanton on deck. Prado tripled back in the 3rd. The best pitching that Russin has done in this ball game is to Stanton. He has struck him out 3 times.
There are not many, if any, kind of tough to look back, left-handers that have struck Stanton out 3 times in a game.
Prado rolls it to short. Descalso gets the out. And here comes Stanton.
Well, he's worked him in with some fastballs. The last couple of times, a little two-seam change-up away, about 82 miles an hour. He struck him out on. And that just looked like a strange swing.
Russin misses low. A ball and a strike. Misses in. The Rockies sit at the bottom of the West. The Marlins were able to get out of the basement. The Phillies reside there in the East. Two and two.
Borderline, but just caught it.
And he got him again. 4 strikeouts for Giancarlo. A frustrating day in Colorado. And he has been splendid today. 10-2, Colorado on top. Pats on the back, some high fives, some hugs. 99 pitches worth and a career high in strikeouts. A guy that spent parts of 3 seasons with the Cubs, making just his second start as a Rocky.
Yeah, and a little bit of what we thought, what we had in the scouting report. Not overpowering. I don't think he ever touched 90. Saw some good change-ups. A little funk to his delivery. But very, very effective today.
Marlins rookie Kendry Flores came in for Brian Morris, who left with an apparent injury. We'll try to get an update on Morris before we head out of Colorado for the day. Morris stayed in the dugout. It appeared to be something on a side. He did kind of grab his left side after a pitch.
A nice breaking ball there from Flores. Settled in now. Got that first out of the way.
Barnes out to short. Echeverria over to first. And an out here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Now he'll face a pinch hitter, Rafael Inoa. There's a little bio on Kendry Flores coming over from the Giants organization. The Casey McGee deal. Well, I haven't checked lately, but remember Casey accepted that assignment in AAA. Casey McGee trying to get back to the big leagues in Sacramento after 10 games, hitting .357, has a couple of home runs. A little different ballpark in Sacramento than AT&T, though.
Yes. Now it's near the water, but it's a river that runs through Sacramento, not the San Francisco Bay. Much different, much warmer in the Central Valley. Inoa has a base hit. Guy's been in the starting lineup a little bit in the outfield.
Bottom line, though, good to see Casey trying to put it back together.
Without question. Here's Blackman, and he takes a ball. The Padres outlasted the Reds 9-7 in Cincinnati. We're talking about Washington's young starter Joe Ross, who made his major league debut. His older brother is Tyson Ross, who pitched last night for the Padres and jumped on a plane and was able to watch that ball game in person in D.C. His little brother made his major league debut. Blackman lines one to left. He's got 3 hits on a 3-for-4 day.
Now it gets a little tougher for the youngster. And it also gets a little darker as some clouds begin to roll in.
It's almost like a 2-second delay by Tony Randazzo on that strike call. Blackman at first, Inoa out at second. LeMahieu fouls it off. Pitch number 1 was called a strike.
Maybe Tony Randazzo sees that dark cloud moving in.
Boy, it was sunny and warm here right around noontime, 2 o'clock scheduled start. And at about 12:30, 12:45, it got dark and it rained heavily at time, but not nearly as heavy as last night. Thus, the rain delay today was only an hour and 11 minutes, whereas last night was over an hour and 50 minutes. 3 hits for LeMahieu today.
With 17 hits.
That's a season high
for the Rockies. And the one guy who's hitless, Brandon Barnes, 0 for 4. There's always that guy, Rich. Always.
It's a lonely feeling.
You never wanted to be that guy.
Even Russin had a bunt hit. Up the middle. Gordon to Echeverria on to first to get the double play. Kendry Flores, a nice major league debut. Gets out of that 7th. From the very start of this one, MLB.TV Premium is the #1 live streaming sports service. Every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD. Look what you get. I mean, look what you get. Live look-ins, real-time highlights, pitch tracking widget, D. Gordon in super slow-mo. For information, visit MLB.TV.
Ynoa stays in the game at third base. Had a little conversation with Lenny Harris over there. Tommy Kahnle came in the game the other night and pitched well.
Kahnle, a guy with local ties for South Florida.
Yeah, talked about Tommy Kahnle out of Lynn University. Part of their Division II championship team in 2009.
Jeff Baker pulls a ground ball in the hole at short. Descalso across the body throw gets the out.
Well, he was charged with that one error, but I tell you what, he's made some really nice plays since that time. The versatility of Daniel Descalso.
Well, that and the versatility, the defensive acumen has kept him in the big leagues. There's Marcell Ozuna, who was 2 for 3. Cubs beat the Nationals 4-2.
At versatility, I was just thinking, Rich, kind of an interesting trend over the years. Years and years ago, you wanted to have guys on your bench who could hit. And you had pitchers, you had more complete games, you had pitchers, more guys going 7-8 innings. So you didn't have as many double switches. You wanted guys who could hit. You had 7-man benches sometimes, 6 or 7 men on the bench. But nowadays, the way the game has kind of evolved in that area, you always want to have that versatile guy.
A guy that stayed in the big leagues a long time because of that, Willie Bloomquist. Saw him with Arizona, Seattle. Ozuna swings and misses. And what's becoming more popular are guys, infielders who can play in the outfield. Infielders that can play all 4 spots in the infield. Wow. Inoa. And he's out.
Well, Inoa comes in the game in a double switch. Gets eaten up by that ground ball and was able to make the play, or did he?
Ozuna mentioned to the dugout that he thinks he's safe. He's not budging. He wants a hit. I mean, you leg it out, and the Marlins won't challenge.
Boy, that ball stayed down. Inoa stayed with it. And the hardest call for an umpire is that short hop, the pick by the first baseman, because it's harder to hear the pop into the glove. Just a nice play by Rafael Inoa.
Here's Yelich. It's funny, one of the things that you realize having watched a season and 2 months of replay is that players who argued in the past over calls, you get an idea that they were wrong about 75% of the time, because the players that we've watched in last year and this year that try to convince their manager that they're safe. That one just gets off the glove of Rosario, and Yelich has got a hit. Lower back strain for Brian Morris is the injury. Yelich with his first hit of the ball game. But I mean, think back, Tommy, even when you played, and just 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, a play like that, Ozuna may have argued vehemently with Mike DeMuro, the first base umpire, and could have, sworn that he was safe.
Which could have taken longer than having a replay challenge and going through that process.
Yeah, the Marlins took, 20 seconds to look at the video and decide against the challenge. Here's Mathis.
So it has eliminated a lot of player-umpire confrontations.
And I'm sure there are some players that know in their heart that they're out. they want a review just in case they're wrong.
But as you have said many times, 95% of the time the player's wrong.
It is. It's really uncanny. And to me, it was one of the unexpected residual effects of the replay system. And it also illustrates just how hard umpiring a major league game is. We look at everything in slow-mo, super slow-mo, multiple angles, and you forget how fast the game is and how difficult it is to call a play like that for an umpire that has just one angle and has to call it in real time, and many times himself is trying to move and maneuver and get into position.
And how most of the time they're right.
Yeah.
Really making me feel bad now. I all the years of.
Well, you weren't an arguer, were you?
Not too much. No, not too much. You try, being able to play a little first base. You always enjoyed it because you had a chance to talk to the umpires.
there were some colorful umpires in your day.
Yeah. You always had your favorites.
Gonzalez looking up into the sun makes the catch. Mathis is retired. Marlins are done in the 8th. 10-2 Colorado. Bottom 8 in Denver. Kendry Flores making his major league debut after being called up from Double-A. Had a chance to get acclimated to the big leagues. Been around the ball club for a few days. Called upon in a blowout game here, and he's pitched an inning and a third. He's given up 3 hits, but has looked poised and in control.
You know, if there's the best case scenario for a young pitcher to arrive and then to eventually make his major league debut, this has probably been it. You mentioned he's been here a couple of days, been able to get acclimated, been in the bullpen. He came in a situation where he was given as many pitches as he needed because of an injury, so he got used to the mound out there. Needed to get just 1 out to get out of the inning and then start fresh the next inning.
He's got Ben Paulson pinch hitting here in the 8th. And that breaking ball, Paulson goes after it, and it's 0-2. The Yankees are leading the Angels 6-0. And of course, the Marlins and the Yankees will be quite accustomed to each other this time next week. Liner to left. Yelich is there, and he makes a nice running catch. And Paulson is out number 1. It's an interesting road for the Marlins. The month of June is
that'll be an interesting week.
Yeah, well, it's on to, for the Marlins, Toronto. 3 games in Toronto, including an afternoon game on Wednesday. And then back home, the Rockies are there for 4. And then the Yankees are in on the 15th, which is a Monday and Tuesday. Just a 2-game series against the Yankees at home. But the Marlins and the Yankees will fly, not together, but maybe in close proximity, same flight plan, to New York after Tuesday night's game, and they'll play another 2-game series in New York on the 17th and the 18th.
And then on to Cincinnati for another early morning arrival for a weekend series against the Reds.
And then the Marlins will finish the month against some really good National League teams. The Cardinals for 3, the Dodgers for 3, the Giants for 3.
That's a great homestand. If you're thinking about coming to some games, just a terrific homestand with those teams coming to town, coming to Marlins Park, all good teams.
Gonzalez walks. And that'll bring up Willeen Rosario. Jessica Blaylock right now in the bullpen, getting loose because she will be hosting from the field. Marlins Live, brought to you by Checkers. Craig Minervini and Carl Pavano have been dismissed.
Well, that just helped
not
Pavy's family vacation.
I better not say dismissed. They haven't been dismissed.
Yeah, that didn't sound good.
Sort of like a kid is dismissed for recess or dismissed from school. Carl Pavano has the family down in the Fort Lauderdale area for a vacation. And I'm sure Craig has an appearance to make tonight. Jeff Mathis out to talk to Kendry Flores.
Well, you couldn't have a better guy if you're a young pitcher to have Jeff Mathis come out and help you through this inning. And as you and I have discussed, great to have Mathis back. And also, JT Realmuto has agreed with that, too. Not that there was anything wrong with Jonathan Solano, but not the veteran catcher that Mathis is. He'll be able to help out JT a lot.
Rosario put every ounce he had into that swing. He's homered twice. There's Realmuto. Rosario solo homers in the third, the fourth, and an RBI single in the first.
So JT will be back in there tomorrow, facing the right-hander Kyle Kendrick.
Two and two. Marlins will also get the Red Sox at home, but the Red Sox aren't until August in Miami.
That series isn't of the back-to-back type that the Marlins-Yankees series is.
No, 2 games in Boston in early July, right before the All-Star break, and then 2 games in Miami in mid-August. D. Gordon makes the catch. A couple outs. Here's Michael McHenry.
Well, whatever Jeff Mathis relayed to the young right-hander, Kendry Flores, it's paid off so far. He made some good pitches to get Rosario.
Red Sox trying to get it together right now.
They got it together today. So did Hanley Ramirez. Hanley had a good day. 3 for 5 with a home run.
Brian McCann homering for the Yankees, his 9th. Yankees leading the Angels 6-0. Braves have scored first at home against Pittsburgh. 1-0, middle of the third. You know, the Pirates open play 6 games over. Of course, the Marlins just saw the Pirates. When the Fish got to Pittsburgh, the Pirates were 1 game under. They were 21-22.
And they headed out west.
And played well.
They've not had an easy trip. And they're still on that trip in Atlanta.
It's a long trip.
Yeah.
One that the Grateful Dead would appreciate. By the way, their They're in concert, Tommy, in...
I know you had the choice of U2 and the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. In Chicago, on the 4th of July weekend when the Marlins are there. Caught there by Yelich. The Rockies are done in the 8th. Still 10-2. Here in Denver, Rafael Betancourt has arrived as well. You see his line against the Dodgers. AT&T U-verse rewinds. A strike away from a win. Instead, a grand slam. And just like that, the Rockies went from a win to a loss to the Dodgers.
Yeah, that grand slam by Alex Guerrero. That was a crazy series. That had a lot of delays, too, against the Dodgers.
Well, the Marlins and the Rockies have endured almost 3 hours of rain delays, plural. About 2 hours last night, an hour today. And here is Betancourt. And Eddie Echeverria. Ichiro's going to get an at bat. And then D. Gordon's spot. Echeverria is 1 for 3. He was robbed of a hit on a diving catch out at short by Daniel Descalso.
Yeah, had an RBI base hit back in the 2nd inning. You're talking about Pittsburgh and that long trip they were on last night when they beat Atlanta 10-8. Francisco Cervelli, a 4 for 5 game with a couple RBIs. Remember, he had the big 3-run homer in Pittsburgh against the Marlins.
An interesting story on ESPN.com on Dan Jennings, not the general manager, now manager, but the relief pitcher. He's one of a dozen active pitchers who's been hit in the head by a line drive. He's the first to have started wearing protective padding after being struck. He's wearing the cap insert.
Now that's different than Alex Torres because he has yet to be hit. He's just wearing it preventative. He's never been hit.
Right, and I don't think his is the insert. I think his is the protective wrap. Speaking of wraps, that's a base hit in the gap going to the wall. Echeverria's not stopping, on his way to third, and Echeverria Pulls in at third base with his second triple of the season.
He just continues to put together good at bat after good at bat. Pitch in, he turns on it, shortens things up. And that's something he really has worked on, because there was a time he tried to shoot everything into right center. And every now and then you'll see him turn on balls, hit a lot of balls in that area. So good job by Echeverria.
Here's Ichiro. Chance to knock in a run. And he takes a strike. So Jennings is wearing the liner, is also worn by Astros righty Colin McHugh. 1.6 ounces. There's a bouncer out towards second. Echeverria will score. Ichiro gets an RBI. And that's the first out of the ninth inning. It sounds like there are now more and more pitchers in and around baseball that are starting to wear the inserts, and some of them, you know, there is that the one that Torres is wearing is the one that Major League Baseball has approved and all that, but there are others that are coming out that are a little lighter, a little sleeker, actually fit inside the cap.
You know, the insert is I've not seen one up close, but it sounds like, very much like, the old insert we used to wear, I can remember in high school. That was like our helmet. We didn't have helmets then, but it was an insert that slipped inside your cap and was protecting you as much as it could, and that was what was used as a helmet.
So good for Dan Jennings. The one that Alex Torres wears is 8 ounces. So the insert that's Kevlar that Jennings is wearing is much lighter.
Yeah, much lighter.
Of course, Jennings was a Marlin. He was hit by a liner off the bat of Jordy Mercer in Pittsburgh.
Good to see him bounce back with the White Sox now.
D. Gordon up there. Gordon has doubled. He's 1 for 4. Gordon into left field, and it's in there for a hit. So D. Gordon with 2 hits. That'll keep his average up and keep that sweet swing going.
Now a 2 for 5 day. Just another multi-hit game. 24 multi-hit games for D. Gordon. And 84 hits on the year.
So here's Prado. He's doubled in 3 trips. Giancarlo Stanton is on deck, and Stanton has struck out 4 times in this ballgame, all of them swinging, and all of those were against Chris Russin, the lefty starter. Prado slipped as he swung at that one. D. Gordon looked up and he lost the ball, and I think Willeen Rosario was having trouble finding it, the first baseman.
Yeah, I don't think Rosario wanted it. So, fortunately for the Rockies, LeMahieu took over.
Watch D. Gordon in this.
Where is it? Where is it?
Rosario's having trouble.
He can't see it. Rosario gets out of there, and LeMahieu takes charge.
All right, here's Stanton now, and this. It may seem like a throwaway at bat, but for Stanton, obviously trying to erase the sting of the 4 strikeouts. Swings and misses at a slider.
What does Jeff Conine like to call a chance here to get a base hit, a day saver?
That's right.
There you go.
Into right field, the base hit. It's going to go to the wall. Stanton around first. Gordon racing for third. He'll hold there. And that certainly is going to make the slugger feel a little better headed towards tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a great day, Saver, because it was good hitting, too. He kind of got away from that falling off, just trying to pull everything, and drove that ball well the other way. I'll tell you one thing. I hope, because I really look forward to it, that we see the Stanton-Russin matchup in Miami in that series when the Rockies come to Miami.
Jeff Baker up now.
See, I'm hoping that. I don't know if Giancarlo's hoping that right now.
Baker a 1 for 4 day back in his old stomping grounds here. His buddy Dinger is on hand to watch this at bat.
Bake was always one of Dinger's favorites.
It's true. Not sure that Dinger was one of Bake's favorites, but
yeah, Bake likes Billy the Marlin now.
0-1. That would be a good question for Bake. Places that he's played, who's his favorite mascot? He had a nice stop in Texas. He was a Cub. There's a bouncer into left field, a base hit. Stanton around third. He's coming home. So's the throw. Stanton scores. And Jeff Baker with a 2-run single. And the Marlins showing some signs of life late here in the ninth.
Well, that's always good because you hope it carries over into tomorrow. So Bake with a couple of base hits in this one, picks up 2 RBIs with that hit.
Here's Ozuna now.
And the struggles for Betancourt continue.
Yeah, that's the other part of this whole psychological yin and yang, so to speak. Talk about Stanton getting the hit and feeling better about his day. Betancourt, we showed you the video, the grand slam by Alex Guerrero, is trying to erase the memory of that from his mind. And it's not happening right now. Ozuna takes a strike. The Marlins have a dozen hits. Unfortunately, the Rockies have 17 and have 10 runs. Ozuna into right field. That's a base hit. And if you're Walt Weiss, he does not have anyone warm in the bullpen. There's a right-hander that just hopped up and is starting to throw. Steve Foster's going to go out and try to buy some time. John Axford is up.
Well, the last thing Walt Weiss was thinking about doing was getting his closer up at this point. So, yeah, it's going to be a long, slow walk by Steve Foster. But Marcell Ozuna bangs out his 3rd hit of the day.
So if you're going to take a loss, if the Marlins do lose this ball game, and there's 2 outs here in the 9th inning, you might want to take some positives out of it. And I think the Marlins here in this 9th inning with 3 runs, some solid swings, do have some things to take with them. As you pointed out, Ozuna's 3 hits, Baker's 2 hits, Echeverria's triple. He's 2 for 4.
Yelich has had some good at-bats. He'd like to pick up his 2nd hit.
Baker and Ozuna out on 2nd and 1st. Yelich takes a breaking ball for a strike. Stanton was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts before lining to right and singling here. MLS soccer is coming up here on Fox Sports Florida. Orlando City and Chicago. And that's not a friendly, Tommy. Orlando City and Chicago. 0-2, Christian Yelich.
JT Real Muto has moved into the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Jeff Mathis if needed.
Oh, 2 to Yelich. Stays alive. Another 0-2. Yelich lifts that one foul. So we'll get you to MLS soccer.
I think we may be drawing a yellow card on this one.
Chicago in Orlando City. Bottom of the hour, we'll get you there. 8:30 start, local time. 0-2. Slow roller up the line. Rosario gets to the bag, and the Rockies secure the win. Well, the Marlins get 3 in the ninth, but it's not enough. Colorado, a 10-5 win, and this series is tied.